Masa tu boleh putar balik. Saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity,
one community.
matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh kulit. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, tekan bersemangat. Capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari jelek mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depanku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat berjaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah. Coba cerita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal
of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One mission,
One identity.
one community.
us, I think it matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh kulit. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk FYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, kau tekan bersemangat. Capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cinta negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the second day of the 2025 RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship, the Grand Turismo Open. My name is Isaac and we're welcome now back to the grand final, and this is where it's all decided for all the ladies involved here today, which is the finals driving in similar cars once again, the Honda NSX GT3, or in Gran Turismo 7 it's called Group 3, which is now on its way through here. We're actually in qualifying right now, so this will be deciding the grid. And unlike what happened yesterday, we don't have reverse grid. We're gonna have qualifying all the way through. So right then, day 2, and it has been quite a sensational weekend so far, with the likes of semi-final 1 and semi-final 2 having some dramatic races that decided today's lineup. But what we know for sure, yesterday is past. Today is a brand new day, and the drivers now will no doubt be focusing on the task at hand in trying to get to as many points as possible for today's final and ultimately be crowned champion. So then, the finalists from yesterday are from Group A and Group B. Akila, Genevieve, Nur Shahida, Cherry and Sophia. They're from Group A. And then Diana, Jolie, Jin Yao, Kyra and Sin Yao, the youngest competitor in the entire group, they've come through from Group B. So that's your competitors. As we can see then, somebody whacking the barriers. That's car number 15. That is Lee Sin Yao, the youngest competitor, and she's now going to be swamped immediately. That is a very heavy penalty to pay, by the way. Just a slight tap in the barrier is enough to give you 5 seconds, so they'll be having to watch out, be a bit more controlled and not going a bit too crazy, especially when you come through some of these corners. Right then, first of the timing bots have come through, and it looks as though a 41.5 then is the benchmark here today for this first round of qualifying. And it looks as though it might have been, yes, Sin Yao was actually, thought we could be seeing to be the fastest, but she has been overtaken by other drivers around here. And the fastest lap so far has gone to car number 9, which is Jolie. Now then, just like similar process from yesterday, we have the numbers for each car corresponding to the account. That is what they're driving here today. So we run through from Group A to Group B. The Esports Putrajaya account. Car number 8 is Akila, as you can see, side-by-side action all the way through. That car 11 is Jin, and car 13 is Kyra. So Kyra yesterday was showing a little bit of defensive aggression, to put it mildly, to prevent Diana from overtaking right behind her. That is a similar story here today. She's probably trying to do what she was doing to Diana, is just fight tooth and nail for everything that she has. Right then. So, as I was saying to earlier, this is the rig numbers, or rather account numbers corresponding to each racer. Akila is 8, 10 is Jen, 12 is Nur Shahida, 14 is Cherry, and 16 is Sophia. 7 Diana, 9 Jolie, 11 Peijin, and 13 Kyra, with 15 Lee Sin Yao. So that is the numbers in question for all the drivers here today. Now we're looking at the action on track. Looks like Jin has managed to overtake both. I think it was Jolie right behind her and Kyra, but across the line she goes. She sets a personal best, and the times are continuing to tumble, with the fastest so far being held by Jolie. So then, qualifying as per usual, we have 15 minutes, so the drivers may not be too bothered by not getting times on the board quickly. As you can see, Jin there really pushing it after what was actually a bit of a tumultuous qualifying run that time around, where she had to overtake a few drivers. Now then, this is Lee Sin Yao, who was actually the front end of the pack, but then when she touched the barriers, had to serve a penalty and then dropped her positions a little bit further back on the road and in the leaderboards. Meanwhile, up in front, and then we see a bit of a Natasha livery. Nice. I'd always approve of that. But no, Shahida won't be minding that too much. Third place in her group yesterday. She will be wanting to improve on that by not only winning against her group mates that were racing with her yesterday, but also trying to take the overall crown. But pace so far is looking quite good. 1 second off the pole sitter right now, which is, of course, we had to say, put it at now, name out again, Diana, who was really the class of the field inside Group B, but found it a bit tough yesterday to overtake a couple of drivers, especially with the reverse grid format she had to go through, and her progress was stymied by Kyra yesterday. A bit of an altercation happened, but I think it was mostly resolved, and all the girls actually were all cordial with each other. Just have to show a bit of niceties, especially in the tournament, so hopefully that everybody will be well behaved once the dust settles, or when the red mist comes around, when the race goes over. Meanwhile, times are continuing to tumble. Diana actually is now 0.4 of a second ahead of Jolie, with third place being held currently by Jen. So even spread of times around the 40s for the front runners, whereas the rest of the field is 41. So very close field. We saw it yesterday during the Tsukuba time trials that the fastest to the slowest times was separated by only 2 seconds. So 2 seconds separate where you're going to be in the field among the top 30 that qualified in the time trials, but 20 made it through to the next round, which was yesterday's knockout phase. Jumping now to Jen. This is Genevieve Oy, driving the Marc Marquez livery car, so I think she might have had a hand in putting that livery on her car, because she is a big fan of Marc Marquez, though Marquez himself is not riding for Honda anymore. Oh no! Jen goes, as I was saying about Marquez, crashes into the barriers and gets herself a 5-second penalty. So looks as though wall contact penalty is very strict today. Whoever said it in the room just was probably thinking, right, they want to prevent drivers from wall riding, which is not going to be a possibility around this circuit anyway, the Dragon Trail Seaside circuit. But regardless of that, I think all the drivers know that full well, if you get knocked down to the barriers, that is detrimental to your race. Up ahead though, on the road, this is Nur Shahida being shadowed by Akila. Akila, of course, a champion in one of the other all-women's tournaments earlier this year. She will no doubt be trying to consolidate her performance after winning her group yesterday. Though she got a bit of a draft there from Nur Shahida as she crosses the line now. Both of them are not improving on their times, but someone behind did, and looks as though it's further behind, 43. But in fact, Diana's been toppled here. Diana has actually improved on her time. Sorry, 0.2 of a second faster to the good, 40.2. She puts herself 0.6 of a second ahead of Jolie. So that is pretty good going here. She's gotten a bit between her teeth in qualifying and trying to set the pace early doors. Meanwhile, we're still following there for a second with Shahida and Akila, but now we're actually back to number 9, that is Jolie, trying to improve her time. In fact, she's 200 faster than her previous best, but she's got company in front of her, which is Lee Sin Yao, and hopefully that Sin Yao will not be too pressured by the occasion, because it is a big crowd here watching at ESI Integrated. So thank you to our organizers, of course, Kementerian Pendidikan and Esports Integrated here out here in Puchong. in collaboration with Malaysia Esports Federation, RAKAN MUDA and RAKAN Digital, with our collaborating partners as well in the form of Monster Energy, Aglo Clinic, Natural Wonders, and Startup T-shirt. Right then. So, we see that, oh, you know, Sinyao's actually gone into the barriers again. She actually went wide there and smacked herself into the barriers coming into the final sector, which allowed Jolie to come gleefully through, but it looks as though it might have not affected her too much because she's still on a roll here, coming up now to the final sector. Up the hill in this lovely circuit, as it was introduced first in GT Sport in 2017 and quickly became a fan favorite, as Jolie now crosses the line, goes still second, 40.6, so she improves by nearly 0.2 of a second there. This is now Cherry, the first race winner from Group A, but she had a tougher going in race number 2. Luckily though, that race win did earn her enough points to just scrape by and come here into the grand final. She's 0.7 of a second faster on her personal best here, coming through the chicane of death, which is, wow, she executed it quite well, if I'm honest. Really fast and committed. If you're really brave, you want to take it flat. So the chicane of death rewards those who are just very brave coming through, as we are now going up the hill for the fourth time on this one for Cherry, because she is still on a qualifying lap here. 1.2 seconds behind Diana. Can she improve? Yes, she does. And into the 40 she goes. So only 3 drivers in the 40s. Cherry's one of them, 40.9. And we're back with Jolie, if whether or not she could try to upstage Diana. This is going to be pretty close here, if she could actually just nail it. But no, this time around, she would not be able to. It is 0.2 of a second off her personal best, so no way to improve just yet. Diana, on the other hand, still circling on the track as well to try and get the times as close as high as possible, maybe close to the 39s even, just to really put the psychological advantage in her court. Through the final corner then, up the hill for Jolie. And it might not be an improvement this time unless she found something dramatic in the final sector. No, still way off here. In fact, this is Diana now. Is she improved? Yes, she does. She has gone into the 39s, just as I said. It's to really put a psychological advantage in her favor. A 39.9, 7/10 clear at the front. So that is the gauntlet being thrown here early doors, with the first of 3 races coming up right after this. And Diana really wants to put the pressure on the other drivers and say, if you want to beat me, gotta beat me in qualifying first. So a 39.9, that is an unbelievable pace that's being set here by the runner-up in another of the tournaments that this correspondent covered this year. But she looks like she wants to just avenge for not only for that, but also add another accolade to her growing list of trophies that she has collected this year in plenty of sim racing events outside of this one. As more and more times are beginning to tumble, we see that third place has been taken by Esports J14, which is Cherry. So Cherry has actually improved her time again, but still some ways off the pace that Diana is showing. Meanwhile, we're watching Diana now coming up to the chicane of death. Let's see how committed she is. We saw Cherry doing it really well, keeping it almost flat. There is about 200 up, and we jump now back up in front. Unfortunately, we couldn't see what Diana was doing. But here is Jolie. This is the other competitor that we are looking to see whether or not can give the challenge to the early pace setter. Coming up now to the final corner, turn 17. Really, really crucial to try and get it right. Car's a bit squirrely. Luckily, though, traction control in these cars built in, of course, because there is a different broad range of skill levels to keep in mind. But it looks as though that did not do her any favors. Here comes Diana now, and she goes 800s faster in the Red Bull livery car. It looks as though I think she's got her Max Verstappen mode on. That is really scintillating pace she's showing up in front. Another 10th that she's gained, 39.8. Right then, we're jumping back to Cherry. She is actually going on up on her personal best too. Let's see how she tackles it. A bit more gingerly this time. It doesn't look as dramatic as it was prior to the lap that she actually improved her time on 2 laps prior, but it looks as though this is going to be just a slight improvement, I would say, because she was up on her previous best in the second sector through the final corner, then turn 17 and up to turn 18. Would this be a time to be able to depose Jolie for second place? It might be very close. Oh, that was a very good final sector, if all things considered. nearly 5/10 of a second up, half a second up on that one. Moves up to second place in front of Jolie, 40.3, 4/10 behind Diana, but looks as though Diana's got company up in the front, and Cherry is still having enough time to do one more run here in this final lap of qualifying. The white flag's already out, timer's already done. We're up for the 15 minutes. Now it's all to play for in this final lap, and I think quite a few drivers are still on their final laps. In fact, only one driver has actually completed the qualifying session, by looks of it, or we still have all 10 in it. Whatever it is, we'll wait and see if the times are tumbling. This is Genevieve Genevieve, who had a bit of a rough going at the start just now because she whacked the barriers. Let's see what she can do in her favorite colors, the Repsol Honda of Marc Marquez. It's a tribute livery. Of course, it was on a bike, but it looks good on the car as well as she comes through the final corner. Then she's got a couple of drivers up in front in similar Repsol colored cars, but looks as though it may not be a detriment to her because she's gonna jump up across the crest, across the line she goes. An improvement, but a 40.9, only just 500ths up, as a few more drivers in front of her have actually completed their qualifying. So it looks as though I think most of the field have done so. We're just waiting for the confirmation of the results when it comes on screen after this on who has actually qualified where. But it looks as though, no doubt, who's going to be on the front row in the grid. It is Diana, and alongside her is Cherry, because both of them just set really good times. 39, the only driver in 39s is Diana, and she's really laying the floor here for who can challenge her. In fact, there's been a change as well. Cherry has moved up to 39.9, just a 10th off. Wowee, that is very, very close, all things considered, with the lap times just at the end. So the track was getting better evolution-wise. So then, Diana with the 39.8 and Cherry with a 39.9. Nothing to separate between the two of them. And I think it looks as though we are set up, we're actually delicately poised for a really, really good race, as we probably can try to put the results on the screen of what lap times have been said. But I think Diana will probably be pleased with the work so far. But qualifying is one thing, the race is another, and more often than not, is the racers that actually get the results, and of course, that pays out the rewards right at the end. So then, here are the results on screen. Diana on pole with just 700s in it between her and Cherry, and behind her will be Jolie, who actually was quite not that far off either, all things considered too, by the standards that have been shown up in front. And then at the right at the back is Kyra and Sin Yao, who hadn't got going in the qualifying because of the fact that she was struggling early doors. But regardless of that, we will be waiting for the race to commence right after this.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
"5 years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020.
Welcome back to the 2025 RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship here for the Gran Turismo Open. We're ready to get underway for the race, and we are off now for the first of 3 grand final races. It looks as though it's a good start from the front row of the grid. It is side by side between Cherry and Diana, but let's see what the first corner entails. Here we come now up to turn number 1 and 2. The really tricky part here to get right, especially with multiple cars coming through. It looks as though Diana did not get the whole shot into the first corner because Cherry's still alongside her with Jolie behind. That side by side, they're touching door handle to door handle, nearly running each other off the road, but it looks as though Diana just outfoxed her way back into the front. As big moment for Jolie. Big slide, but somehow manages to keep the car going, but no, eventually spins it around into the crowd, and she is right at the back, early doors. So not the best of starts to the grand final that she would have wanted. She looked as though it's just gone a bit wide, got onto the grass, and just completely goes off the track. But anyhow, back up to the battle with the guys, the girls at the front. This is the team, the drivers that were actually just so impervious in form, especially Diana and Cherry in the first race. She was really on it. They were both really on it, actually, winning their first individual races. But now the 2 winners from each group in the first races are going toe-to-toe with each other up in front and already pulling up a clear gap ahead. British chicane to death under the tunnel. A really picturesque location here is Dragon Trail International Raceway, the seaside layout along the actual Dalmatian coast on the way up to Dubrovnik. Really nice. And in fact, the location itself is real, but the circuit is fictional. So basically, when Polyphony went there to make the circuit, they just think, what if we put a layout on some of the actual roads and the rest of it is just up to the imagination? What we got is a very good track, not only just for the looks, but also for racing. Really good track, plenty of overtaking spots, and dramatic changes in elevation, which is what gives this a really driver's feel of a circuit. And I think for the girls who are driving right now, they wouldn't be thinking too much about that, but I think most of them would enjoy this particular circuit and its layout, how it's really just conducive to racing. And case in point, right now up in front, both drivers, nothing to separate between the both of them. In fact, Diana, we were looking initially, she thought she could run away with it, but no. In fact, Cherry's keeping her honest right up the front here. British chicane, 7, 8, and 9. It's actually just easy flight in any car. It's so wide open, but yet you just need to get that one line, a really good line through some of these corners that is crucial to your lap time. And it looks as though both Diana and Cherry have actually found out how to get the best out of that particular sector and get the fast times, as proven in qualifying that they were the only 2 drivers setting the 39s. And it looks as though Cherry is hounding Diana very closely, so hopefully Diana can just keep her powder dry here, whereas Cherry, let's hope she can actually attack and overtake or go side by side as clean as possible, because this is the sort of battle that we want to see, a tense one up in the front between 2 of the fastest drivers in the entire field, and treating the crowd to absolutely sensational action to just start off the day for the first of 3 races, as we mentioned before. Across the line they come. Who's going to get the fastest lap here? We saw Diana did it last time, but of course Cherry did, because we were on board with her. She was having purple sectors. Now then, Will she be able to line one up coming into turn number 1? No, I think Diana just broke the slipstream there by going a bit offline. Cherry didn't follow her suit. I think she didn't want to fall for that tactic of going narrow. But, oh, she's gone. She's actually spun it around. Well, just as we thought she could actually get up to Diana's rear wing, she has dropped it all by herself. And luckily, though, the wall contact penalty was not so strong at that particular part. As we can see behind her, there was a driver with a penalty too, which was Lee Sin Yao. So, Cherry then has fallen victim to just a bit of a mistake while the concentration levels were just going up. Now then, maybe just a lapse of it was enough to cause it to spin, but there we go. That sort of battle that we were looking forward to has unfortunately been rescinded through an error just by Cherry overstepping the mark just a little bit, but wasn't enough to just get the car back around. That is a real shame, but we go on, and hopefully then the battles will not end, because we still got about 8 laps left to go here after this. So many battles to look forward to, especially with this being the best 10 drivers from the entire tournament going toe-to-toe. Yes, we saw yesterday among the top 20 between the two groups, really good battles as well. We were just treated to good race after good race. Oh, we're on board here right now with Sophia. She's actually whacked the barriers after coming through the chicane of death, and to compound her misery, a 5-second penalty on top of that for actually whacking the barriers. So, she found reverse eventually, but unfortunately that has put pay to any sort of good result she would have gotten here. Meanwhile, back with Cherry, she's on the recovery drive after spinning around herself, and it looks as though she might have spun a bit more after that, because she dropped way back to P8, but now back up to about P6. Yeah, P6 now, so she gained a couple of positions since then. But really, what has happened here in the intervening time between that incident and what we're looking at right now has given a clear gap to Diana up in front. 3.7 seconds to the good for her in front of Genevieve Oy. So Genevieve also driving superbly here, quietly, understatedly, after what we can say was a qualifying session she could have wished were yearning for more. But it looks as though she wouldn't be minding that too much, as the Marc Marquez liveried car of Jen negotiates the chicane, as the S's coming up through the hill. Really fast section, but it's just so gratifying when you get it right. She's giving chase to the Team Red Line, and obviously I think she is a big fan of Max Verstappen, so it's a Max Verstappen Team Red Line livery car of Diana. Meanwhile, this is third place being held currently by Akila, another one of the fast girls. She doesn't really show it up in flashiness, but she does put it there in results, because it's all about consistency, keeping out of trouble, and not crashing here. She is representing, well, I thought it was the Ray Brick Kunimitsu colored car, but it's actually the Pantaso car. So she is actually representing her team here that she normally races with in other Gran Turismo events or lobbies. So nice to see a bit of team representation for her. Now then, behind Kyra in the Spoon Sports NSX, so that's actually quite a nice tribute to the fact that one of the most famous Honda tuners actually has a livery in Gran Turismo being made by the community, and Spoon Sports definitely fits the role. Meanwhile, 5th place, Jolie. Not sure which livery is that one. I was got to say Pantaso, but it looks different from what Akila's running. She goes 1,000th of a second faster for the fastest lap, by the way. It doesn't award any points, but having the fastest lap of the race does show that pace is there. So at least there's something for Jolie to be happy about after spinning out early in the race, while chasing after the top two on the opening lap. Now then, we're on board with Sophia, who also was involved in an accident at the Death Chicane, trying to get by. Oh, that's very close then with Nur Shahida, and both of these drivers are definitely thinking they could be actually higher up the leaderboard, but unfortunately, through incidents and after penalties being given up with the wall contact penalties, they're just fighting out for scraps here in P8 at the moment. But unless, of course, something dramatic happens up in front, that would just change the complexion of both of their races. Meanwhile, here's another one of the drivers running with the Repsol Honda livery. Nice touch as well. But this is actually the older Repsol Honda livery that Marc Marquez once ran. But she goes around the outside. No, Shahida was actually overtaken around the outside by Sophia. Good bit of driving from both of them. Looks as though they just didn't want to actually get in each other's way, just to prevent any accidents happening. But here comes the car of No Shahida diving back in the Uma Musume liveried Honda NSX. And she does get by at the very corner that we thought would be a little bit difficult to overtake because turn 12 is a bit of a slope and it actually becomes quite tighter on the way out. Luckily though, the overtake has been done. Now then, 10-second penalty here for the second place driver Genevieve Voy. So Genevieve will have the worst of the penalties after she touched the barriers. Now she has to actually not only battle for position here, she's gonna have to give it to Akila for sure, but she'll have to slow right all the way to 0 and then get back up to racing speed afterwards. So whatever happened to Jen by just touching the barriers has cost her potentially a spot on the podium. So halfway through this race, we got 5 laps left to go now. Genevieve Voy has to contend with a penalty here on the midway point of this race. Now the race has entered into a bit of a lull period because that's what we always say when it's first the initial part is always frenetic because we want to actually see some overtaking, and it does, and more often than not does happen when the drivers are jostling for position when they get off the line. But then at the midpoint is when things start to relax a bit. But for some drivers, that's not the case. And case in point, Jen has actually got a penalty because I think from touching the barriers somewhere on the track, because normally a cut track penalty is half a second. One touch of the barrier is 5. Well, this one's 10, so she's doubled her jeopardy, and in not the way that she would have wanted. If she got a risk versus reward type situation, she would have loved that. But no, she didn't get any of that, the benefit. But then Akila whacks the barriers at the depth chicane. So both of them are going to get penalties right up this point. But Akila, because she got it so recently, has to just stream by and still maintain second place. Jen still having a penalty behind her. That is Kyra, who goes out to P3 in the Spoon Sports color livery Honda. Jen now, I think, just played a penalty. Yeah, there she is. Just in P5 in front of Jerry, who actually started early. So both drivers, they were actually 2nd and 4th in their group, are now joining on the track. And that the point was wanted, by the way. That was certain for error from both drivers that they actually not having to recoup back up through the field. And back in the field, in, and now that's a real surprise because we were to be right up the front with Anna, Akila, and Jolie, but mostly for her, that has not quite way because this race has been a bit of a testing time for her in the Autobacks Aguri Racing Team car. Now then, we know Jolie was the one that set the fastest lap of the race by 1,000th of a second. Well, she is now going through purple this time, and guess what? Fighting against the hardest defender in the entire tournament. We saw yesterday how Kyra gave Diana a really big hard time, but no! Oh, Jolie spins it out again! And she has actually whacked it into the barriers and gets herself a 5-second penalty coming out of the S's, and for good measure gets a big old whack from Cherry from behind. So Cherry will probably not be liking that one bit. She thought that, well, Jolie might have been ghosted, but unfortunately she was as solid as a rock, like the mountains right behind us in the Dalmatian coast, that caused her to lose a lot of momentum. And luckily for Cherry, she will be having an easy overtake after this, but she would have loved not to have been whacked there, as now up in front, as our camera is changing around to see as many possible vantage points as we can, we see now Kyra overtaking the penalty-stricken Akila for second place. So Akila now has to recoup that lost time by getting back onto the slipstream. But 0.8 of a second, the difference is not too bad, all things considered. 0.5 of a second was the penalty, of course. 5 seconds was the penalty because of whacking the barriers. So she still has a chance for getting second. But wowee, look at the amount of time that they all lost cumulatively too. Up in front, Diana has pretty much checked out at this point. She's probably right up to Zagreb by this point, because that's how far she is now compared to the rest of the field. 17.5 seconds, 17.9. Let's just run it 18 seconds to the good as. Oh, that's a big one. Can Akila save that? Akila just went completely off, and I think she spun around. Yes, Jen's actually now up to second as our cameraman missed out on that action completely. 5 seconds again for the Pantaso driver. So that is her race pretty much going completely pear-shaped. It looked like it was a bitten out apple, but now it's gone completely pear-shaped for her. Right. After all of that, we are now getting into the final 3 laps of this race, in the closing stages of the first race of this grand final that has been really end-to-end stuff from the start to finish. We thought we were in for a battle up in front between 2 of the fastest drivers in the field, but unfortunately what has transpired is that so many drivers have fallen into their own spins and accidents. They come a cropper that they allowed the driver to come in front. What happened there? I think Jen just hit the barrier. Jen has actually hit the barrier. I don't know what happened to her. She actually reset. We saw it on our screens that Cherry was just right behind, but now she's actually gotten the lead, gotten the upper hand in that particular battle. But I still see Jen actually is in P4, so she's not completely dropped out, but definitely came a cropper at the chicane of death. Meanwhile, no such histrionics for the lady up in front. Diana has been in imperious form since yesterday. She would have had a clean sweep had it not been for a battle with this particular driver, Kyra, for first and second, second and third that time around. That stymied her progress to go up to the toe-to-toe with Jolie. She came close, but she can do a full sweep. Regardless of that, she did win her group and book the ticket into this grand final today. So that's probably all that matters when the cookie crumbles. Penultimate lap now. We're looking at car 15 earlier. That was Lee Sin Yao, the youngest competitor in the entire field. Up against, in front of her. Well, it looks as though I think our cameraman is just trying to focus on many vantage points as possible. We couldn't see who was running in 5th place that time around. But here's the Imam Musume livery car of Nur Shahida in front of Sophia. So they're still locked into their own particular battle. But unfortunately, it's just, again, for scraps. But luckily for them, points will still be on offer all the way through. So even if you finish last, like what's happening with Jin right now in the Arthur car, she will still get points on the board, but not as much as what she would have liked, especially with Diane up in front. So the difference between the first driver and the last driver here is about 14 points. As we're looking at Jen, this is the penalty again, 10 seconds. It is absolutely devastating for Jen. She was up on the podium spot. Now she has to serve the penalty here, which allows Jolie, and behind her, the number 15 car, Lee Sin Yao, to come through. So both of those drivers were in the wars yesterday, and now they've overtaken Jen for position. So Jen dropped from a potential podium to 6th place. Let's see if she can recover as we now head into the final lap of this race. Our first grand final has seen incidents galore, but nothing much in the way of trouble for the race leader because she has pretty much run away with it since we saw the red lights go out. But it wasn't all her way, of course, because it wasn't easy when behind her she had drivers for company with the likes of Cherry, and at one point we saw Akila trying to give chase, but they both fell by the wayside, leaving her to just run it home in front in an easy win. And look at the consistency. The right hand side of the board, 41s in the initial phase, but then she got into a real groove, 40s all the way through since lap 5, 40.6, 6, 7, 6, and then 5. So that's the fastest lap of the race falling to her now. Let's see if she can do the fastest lap in this final lap, but I don't think she'll be minding that too much because here she comes now into the final corner, turn 17, and a very Verstappen-esque-like performance, just like her idol. Diana then out of the final corner, on the way to the start-finish straight to take the first win here in the grand final for race 1 out of 3. Across the line she goes. Diana wins it and secures a no, it wasn't the fastest lap, but a second consecutive lap that she was actually in the 40s. That was close enough to the fastest lap. Behind her, this will be a podium for Kyra, so these two will be lining up right beside each other for the next race, toe-to-toe. 23.3 seconds to the good, and Diana has one for the rest of the field. But here comes Kyra, and behind her is Cherry, who could have actually had a second to herself, much closer to Diana, but this will actually be a boost for her because it is actually close to what she would have wanted in terms of position. But side by side across the line, though, this is between Jen and Lee Sin Yao, but Jen just pips Lee Sin Yao by a 10th of a second across the line. There, right at the death, as the rest of the field come by to just finish off this race. Shahida and then Sophia come across the line, and Jin, with a rather unfortunate race there, comes across the line, personal best in the final lap to P10. So, that's your order here today. Winner for the first race is Diana. Pole position, clean race, fastest lap, led every single lap. You'll love to see it. Simply lovely. Especially if you're Diana, who just was so superior in the rest of compared to the rest of the field here today. Just a couple of moments where she thought maybe she would have had a challenge up in front, but luckily for her, that did not transpire that way, and a win in the first race here, the grand final, will do her stock real well. we run through you the rest of the results provisionally, of course, because we still have penalties to take into account after this, and the fact that the marshals will be hard at work trying to calculate through who is where after this. Right then, the other results that we come through here. Second place was Kyra, third place was Cherry, fourth, Jolie, fifth was Jen. After quite a dramatic race, we had 20 seconds worth of penalties when all things is said and done. Then after that was Lee Xin Yao. Behind her, Akila, who will be a bit disappointed with how the race transpired for her as well when she was right up at the sharp end. And then Nur Shahida rounded up in 8th place. And the marshals are now getting to work here to just get the drivers sorted for the second race. We're doing it almost immediately, I think. Hopefully that the transition to the next session will be as smooth as possible, because then we will see race number 2. But at which point, that will be halfway through the proceedings, and the drivers then will be starting to think about getting the championship tables up and running in their heads, whereas the group behind the scenes will be trying to calculate their absolute hardest to determine who's the champion and who will be the rest of the field getting their places. And of course, prize money goes to all the drivers who are in the grand final. That's the other incentive. So we still look at our results screen. I think behind the scenes is that we are working on...
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4. Panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5. Panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6. Aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity.
one community.
Having them to support us, I think matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esports and also another Esports team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Wish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Grand Turismo 7. Yay! Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, bertekan bersemangat, capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah, lari atau terbang, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cita negara. Yakin boleh, semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4. Panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5. Panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6. Aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity.
one community.
Having them to support us, I think matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Weakness Warren memenangi perlumbaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Game! Congratulations to Nava being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat, capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari jelek mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah, lari atau tempat, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja, yakin boleh, demi cita negara, yakin boleh, semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, capai cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity.
one community.
Having them to support us, I think matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esports and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Weakness Warren memenangi perlumbaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Yay! Congratulations to Dava being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, bagaikan bersemangat. Capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari jelik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau tempat, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cita negara. Yakin boleh, semangat berjaya. Ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
in the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity.
one community.
Having them to support us, I think matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
So welcome back then to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025. This is the GT7 Open. My name is Amazik and we are here live for the second of 3 races for the grand final. This is the circuit in question, Dragon Trail International Raceway, and this is a visualization of what the track looks like. Located in Croatia on the Dalmatian coast, just up the road from Dubrovnik. The 5.2 kilometer circuit rings around the clockwise directions, clockwise direction. 3 sectors, 18 corners in total, and plenty of fun elevation changes as well for drivers to tackle with. And the fact that we've seen some really good racing so far tells you why this circuit has become quite a fan favorite among the Gran Turismo faithful. 38 meters of elevation change from the top of the circuit to the depth chicane. That's the lowest point of the circuit. Right then. So, we are having some technical issues behind the scenes for some of the drivers, but we are trying to sort that out. Meanwhile, while we're looking at the visuals again of what the circuit looks like, we will be sussing out the problems, I'm pretty sure, from the organizers on site to just deal with the whole thing. And apart from the circuit itself, you can see there's a small layout called the Garden Circuit that was added in a much later update. A very, very interesting complex that you might think is a real circuit, but in actuality, it is a fictional circuit just woven around the actual terrain. Okay. Right. We're just only going for a bit of an intermission on that one. Think the troubles behind the scenes are being sorted as we speak. Well, not troubles, just slight issues on the day itself. As we might just show you what were the results from yesterday that we had in mind. Or rather, we will show the circuit a bit just for a bit more, trying to tell the viewers what it looks like. But again, just cannot emphasize strongly enough how good the circuit is to drive as a driver. Again, all 17 corners, 18 corners in fact, just provide different level of challenge. And the chicanes in particular are the ones that become quite a unique challenge for the circuit. The first chicane, of course, is another overtaking spot, but the other two is a test of how well you can actually thread the needle in between the single line corner, because definitely you can overtake there. It's almost like the Macau Grand Prix circuit and Melco, where you have to really say you cannot overtake there. Otherwise, you might end up coming into an accident. Right then, so being told by the producers that we will be going to a slight commercial break while the organizer on the site will be sussing out the issues. But don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
So welcome back then to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship. My name is Isaac and we are ready to go here for the second race of the grand final after some delay behind the scenes, but luckily that has been ironed out and we are seeing a practice session going on right now for all the competitors just to get a feel for it. And of course, this will actually be sorted by a reverse grid from the first race results, which will be the deciding factor for some drivers, as they could actually have a bit of a respite following a tough first race. Those who are at the back, of course. Now then, the race is about to get underway. So, without further ado, let's get into the action and get this second of 3 races underway for the grand final. What promises to be another exciting one. So then, at the front is Jin after what was a slightly disappointing first race. And beside her, who will be equally trying to get it back on the right foot, is No Shahida. That's your front row. Lights coming again, Tree. And when they go out, we'll be underway here for the second grand final race. We are go. And it's a very, very good start there from Jin. In fact, she actually got a good whole shot. She's probably going to get a whole shot here coming through the kit. And yes, she does. Something that Diana was hoping to do in that first race, but couldn't fend off Cherry. But now, coming out to the first corner, we have a bit of a collision. That's a spin off there for Jolie. So Jolie's actually gone off into the gravel trap as the rest of the field then streamed by her. So that's another point of contention for some drivers, especially the fact that penalties were being thrown out behind the scenes. So the stewards were a bit busy, or rather we call them the jury for this one, were rather busy trying to sort out the mess on who was blaming who and who got penalties where. But regardless of that, up in front, Jin got the perfect start, and that's what she wants. She's up in front. There's Jolie. She had a bit of a spin earlier, but now she's completely around, right at the back, 13 seconds to the good, and 5-second penalty on top of that. So really a devastating start to the second race here for one of the drivers who was pretty much the contender for this whole championship. Now then, coming up now to the hairpin. Turn number 12. Treacherous to get your braking point right, because if you get it wrong, you will run into the barriers and that dreaded wall penalty that you will get. So on board just now with Sophia coming through the death chicane, and that also is another part where a penalty can be given. 5 seconds, of course, for just hitting the barrier. You really want to avoid that. As behind then, this is Diana on the inside of, looks like Lee Sin Yao, and oh, she really blocked the door on her on the way in the inside. But Diana just manages to pry the door just open a bit to get up to P6. As behind her, that was, I think, it might be Jen. Yeah, it was Jen that was following her suit. So Genevieve following Diana. As up in front, Jin. Well, they nearly got overtaken there, but there was a look on the inside from Noshaida. This is Diana. This is the one that we were really looking out for, because she had a dominant first race by virtue of the fact that she had clear air in front and banged in consistent lap after lap after lap to really assert her authority. As, oh, there's a bit of a touch there. Kyra pushes, well, it looks to be Akila. So Kyra pushes Akila off, and into the gravel trap goes Akila. Not the best start for her as well in this second lap. Yes, it might say purple sector there, but she would love to have not been knocked off by virtue of the fact that she was on the outside. So then, Diana, we're on board with her. Had a bit of a tricky moment yesterday during the semi-final races, especially going up against Kyra, where Kyra was very defensive in her blocking when trying to prevent Diana from coming by. So hopefully today's proceedings will be much cleaner as opposed to yesterday, which got a little bit nip and tuck at times. Jumping through the camera, trying to see which battle is the closest. This is Diana now. Through the death chicane, don't touch the barrier on the outside, just about full commitment to keep the car on the curb to prevent it from hitting the barriers. Turn 17. Can this be an opportunity? But no, looks as though Kyra just runs a bit wide. This might be the opportunity now. Onto the start-finish straight. Through turn 18, the small kink underneath the gantry, and then starting a new lap. Lap 3 out of 10. Says a personal best, but fastest lap right now is being held by Jin in the slipstream. Let's see if Kyra does the same thing she did yesterday with the defending. Just a bit, but leaves the door open for Diana, and she block passes her way through. So again, that's probably part of the learning process for some of these drivers, when how much you can attack and how much you can defend, but how much also you can get with it without being too dirty. But for Kyra, after yesterday's events, maybe she's learned to be a bit circumspect, knowing that she'll probably have to focus on her own race rather than trying to hold up the leaders that are coming through, or some of the contenders coming through, and then that would be detrimental to her own race. So at least no such histrionics here today. Meanwhile, this is Akila coming up now to the back of Lee Sin Yao, champion of one of the other tournaments this year that this correspondent covered, going up against the youngest competitor in the tournament. I had to reiterate the point that she is only 10 years old, but she is driving so well right now. But the thing is, she has to put up a defense against a known competitor, and luckily for her, Akila couldn't get by that time at turn 12. It is a difficult spot to try and get the overtaking right, because yes, you might actually get up alongside or behind somebody, but to get it stopped in time is another matter, and Akila just about stamped on the anchors before whacking to the back of her. Now then, through the tunnel, And that was a bit of a touch as well through the depth chicane here for Cherry, trying to go against Kyra. So then let's see what Kyra's defense is going to be this time against Cherry, because it was not as aggressive as it was yesterday against Diana. Now that we're going on to the start finish straight, this is the other battle, just a bit behind. You can see the two drivers we were focusing on earlier. This is Akila coming up to the back of Lee Sin Yao, and let's see, Sin Yao actually goes onto the inside, which is the outside here, but now on the inside, goes narrow, but can she get it stopped in time? Yeah, she does, actually. That's a good bit of defending. Nice defending then from Sin Yao to prevent the hard charging Akila, but she left the door open on the inside that time, and Akila comes through. A bit of a block pass as well for good measure, and that moves Akila up to P7, but she would really love to have been further up the field if it wasn't for that very uncharacteristically slow first race, to put it lightly, for Akila. Now then, back up to the other hard charger up in front. This is Diana. Let's see then. Can she close up to the back of these two? We're watching Sophia going up behind Nur Shahida. So these two were actually hammer and tongs in that first race as well in the grand final. But it looks as though they might just be trying to tow each other a bit, because if they were to start squabbling a bit harder than they would have liked, then Diana would be all over them like a rash. Through the tunnel, past the penalty zone, into the final corner. It looks as though Jin is the one that's actually making the most of the cleaning up in front. She's actually pulled away by about 4 seconds now. So this is the sort of return she would have liked, especially after a bit of a offbeat first race. Uncharacteristically so for her, because she's normally out right up at the sharp end. As Diana then sets a personal best on this particular lap. Fastest lap now has actually fallen to Jolie. In fact, the driver who spun out earlier in the race at the beginning of this, the beginning of the skirmishes. Looks as though, again, it shows that she's got the pace, but luck has somewhat deserted her a bit, as Diana now trying to hound the back of Sophia. Through the kink, coming up now to turn 6. Before we drop into the valley at turn 7. Amazingly, this is not the lowest point of the circuit, because we're still on top of the hills somewhere in the Dalmatia Mountains. This is the sweepers at 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's kind of like a bit of Suzuka and a bit of Watkins Glen for good measure, but both of those are going in the opposite direction to what Dragon Trail Seaside has here. Up to turn 10, the slight king, and then the descent through turn 11 into turn 12. Or someone can get their braking wrong, and there's that braking point in question. Looks as though Nur Shahida just got it a bit deep there. That will allow Sophia to go side by side with her. And I did say before, this is pretty much not a overtaking zone, but you should probably point out that this is a strictly, you cannot go too wide there, because otherwise you might end up into the barriers at the depth chicane. Luckily though, the drivers there were being circumspect and just hold off a bit, but too much of that for Sophia, that allows Nur Shahida to get back her position and promptly loses it into the final corner. She just ran a bit deep, and now they're gonna go toe to toe onto the start finish straight. All the while then, with them squabbling, Diana is now right behind them by just about 0.4 of a second. Across the line they go. We're into the halfway point of this second race for the grand final. It's still pretty much close for the podium positions. Never mind, Jin is running away up in the front. But Diana can just about see Jin from here. She knows that the win is on the cards if she can clear these two drivers. But if she dispatches one of them immediately, that's just easy for her. Ran a bit wide. There goes Sophia. And now she's going to work on Nur Shahida. The Team Red Line colored car against the Uma Musume colored car coming up to turn 6. Oh, looks as though Nur Shahida's just probably ran a bit wide there. That might allow Diana to come through, but she has to go around the outside because they're going through the sweepers here. Again, there's another point of circuit where going too wide isn't fully recommended, but no one's telling that to Diana. She's actually going too wide anyway. She's still going for it, side by side, fully committed. Nur Shahida as well, actually just keeping it out through the throttle pins through the hill, and somehow Nur Shahida still kept it up in front against Diana. So Diana then loses more time here. In fact, 2 seconds lost further here to Jin up in front. We're still watching the onboard view. In fact, that's actually the best seat in the house for Sophia. She's having the box seat to a brilliant battle up through the S's. And thankfully, though, it was very clean. But to the detriment of everyone, in all parties involved, they've lost time to the race leader. Through the depth chicane. And looks as though Diana got a better of the exit there. She probably kept it pinned through and onto the inside of now Shahida goes Diana. Can she get it through inside her? Yes, she has done so. And she gets it up to P2. But can she hold that up for long? Because the Yuma Musume colored car might just go into the slipstream. In fact, Shahida didn't go into the slipstream. She's actually going... will be the inside line coming to turn number 1. She has done now, but she should be in the slipstream to get even closer and a chance to just retaliate immediately. But it looks as though Diana pulls off another Verstappen-style S defense by going narrow into the middle a bit later than what other people would do and holds off the position. So that is Diana's job done. But will the battle between the drivers who were second and third earlier cost her time to try and catch up to Jin? We know that Jin can also metronomically put in the lap times when she's given a clean air, but it's a different situation when you have a fast driver coming after you. So it's a case of mental over mantle to try and get up to the race win here. But Diana herself probably be starting to look into the mirrors behind her because Shahida has not been lost, and so is Sophia, because Sophia is still 4/10 of a second behind. We may not see her through the live standings on the left-hand side of the screen, but there she is in the virtual mirror, which is actually not a real mirror. It's actually a camera pointed to the rear end so that the drivers can see who is behind them. And speaking of behind, this is Sophia's view right now, where she can see 2 drivers in front. I think she might be having a sneaky suspicion that she will try to get a podium out of this, but can she hold on to the position? Because she has gotten in front of Shahida before and then promptly losing that position to her when she made a slight mistake. Both of these drivers evenly matched and delicately poised in the position so they could try and get up to each other's rear wing. Okay then, start finish straight. 3 laps to go. This is the closing stages of a grand final that has seen pretty good action, even if we are robbed a bit of potential close battles for the win because of the fact that incidents and accidents have happened before. But at least we're going to get some form of consolation with a battle between 2 drivers who are looking for a consolation podium, if anything, because they had a rough going in that first race. Now they're going at it here for the final spot on the rostrum. This is no Shahida and Sophia. Sophia in the Repsol colored car. Shahida in the Yuma Musume colored car. It might not look like it, but it is because there is a horse girl on the side of that particular car. Nice touch, by the way. But she cannot gallop up into the distance because the Repsol colored car is still right up her rear wing and just all over her. It's almost like she can't. There's a bit of a tandem between the both of them. It's just can't be separated at this point. Coming up now to turn 11, the kink into 12. It looks as though Sophia actually has the run on the inside. Can she get it stopped now? This is actually quite a difficult place to get it stopped. She actually breaks early, but will that actually get her on the inside? No. In fact, Shahida managed to break even later than that and still gets it stopped in time. So good bit of driving from both of them to keep this battle going. But all the while then, because both of them are squabbling, Cherry is now that far away. In fact, she's about 1.6 seconds. So the battle for the rostrum is going to be between 3 drivers, and it's going even closer as we jump to drivers further behind. This is Jolie, who had that spin at the start of the race. It has gone a bit south since then, as she has definitely been on the recovery trail, but not as high up as she would have wanted. Jen, likewise, right in front of her, also couldn't get much out of this particular race. It's just that, again, the talent and the dedication is one thing, but it's just that a bit of luck, a metric that you cannot have tangibly to control your destiny. That is what really separates those who are at the front and those who are just also just near misses in the end. Through the kink. 5 and 6. This is the battle for third. A really good one at that, by the way, because the final position of the rostrum being held currently by Nur Shahida with Sophia running behind her, and then Cherry, the third in this particular group, watching brief. She may be able to sneak in the podium here if the 2 drivers in front of her come a cropper, just run each other off the road, or an unfortunate mistake that will just ease the path like Moses in the Red Sea to go up to P3. But for the time being, though, I think she's just biding her time. Oh, speaking of that, that wasn't biding time at all. That was actually just getting a look in to the rear end of Sophia. But luckily though, Cherry gets it stopped in time again. That turn 12, it might be a prime overtaking spot, but it is so difficult to get it right because of the fact it's a slope and you might actually hit the driver behind. But speaking of hitting drivers from behind, that's actually Cherry now whacking Sophia into the barriers. They go door handle to door handle. Side by side, they go through the tunnel. But it is Cherry who comes out on top with that maneuver coming into turn 17. Out of the final corner then. Well, second to last corner because this is the actual final corner. The kink all the way to the start-finish line. And we start the final lap. Never mind that Jin's up in front. Jin has definitely controlled the pace. A good way to recover after what was a disastrous first race where she finished plumb last. Now she's going all the way back up to the top here, just like the mountains at the back, to really put herself back into the driving seat in contention for the overall championship. But then make no mistake though, Diana is hot favorite right now to claim that one because this second place will consolidate her positions right up into the front. Meanwhile, the podium battle is actually the one we're looking out for because this is very, very close still. Just about a second covering the three cars as they come up now to the second sector. Into the second sector we go, through the S's. Turn 7 and 8 and 9. You had to get it right here. It's a one-line area. You can take multiple lines, but one line's all it takes for it to get up to speed as. Now we're actually looking at who's first. The battle for first and the battle for third. Here comes Sophia on the inside, trying to challenge Cherry. Can she take it through? No, Cherry actually just leaves the door open, tantalizingly, as if just to bait her into the inside. But no, she can get by that time as Diana now has actually caught up about 1.5 seconds to Jin. Coming through the death chicane though, this is the battle for third. Who's going to whack the barriers there? Cherry's close. Cherry's hit the barriers. 10-second penalty. That's her battle for the podium gone. And Sophia will probably get a position away. Shahida will get it to third. Meanwhile, up in front then, this is going to be a commanding victory from Jin, even with the gap closing into 1.2 seconds. Recovers to win after disastrous race 1. Second place goes to Diana. Third place is no Shahida. Fourth will not be Cherry because of that 10-second penalty. It will be fourth instead to Sophia. Fifth will be tentatively right now Cherry, but she will drop through the order because that 10-second penalty is devastating. In fact, she's dropped to 8th place after all is said and done. Right then, Jen moved up to 6th, in fact. Then 7th was Jolie. 8th is Cherry. 9th is Lee Sing Yao. So she actually fell way behind after the early exchanges, but at least she still got some good points on the board. And 10th last is Akila. So a contrast in fortunes for the contenders who were right up the pack here in the group stages. But in the end, it is again a driver who's just showing the way that it is motivation for her to get up in front. Diana wins it in front of, it was Jin that was the winner in front of Diana. And then third place is No Shahida, a well-deserved podium after just outfoxing Sophia from behind. And then P5 is actually Kyra. So Kyra managed to sneak in because of the 10-second penalty that befell to Cherry. 6th place is Jen. 7th is Jolie. 8th is, now we can see there on our screens, car number 14, that's Cherry. 9th is Sing Yao. And right at the back was Akila. So then, that is some exhilarating action that we saw in the second race of the 3 in the grand finals. We'll be right back shortly then for the final race of the entire weekend where we crown a champion. But who will it be? Stick around to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
to support us, I think it matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk FYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, bagaikan bersemangat. Capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang. dapat ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cita negara. Yakin boleh, semangat percaya. Ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cerita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
5 years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports One.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat, capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah, lari atau tempat, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cinta negara. Yakin boleh, semangat percaya. Ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
5 years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk FYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat, capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depanku punya. Yakin boleh. Apa saja yakin boleh, demi cita negara yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch, let's be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
So welcome back then to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025, the GT7 Open. My name is Isaac and we are here live now for the final race of the grand final for the Women's Championship here this weekend. And we are first going to go through yet another qualifying session before we get into the race proper. So, race 1, we had a qualifying session that decided the grid for that particular race. Results from race 1 decided the grid in reverse order for race 2. And now race 3 we do for another qualifying session. This time in a bit of more dimmer light, just to give a bit of a challenge for our racers as the girls now go onto the track, trying to feel their way around a different layout in terms of a different environment in terms of how it looks like prior to this. The layout's still the same, but the lighting is a bit darker, so they will have to rely more on the lights of their cars to see where they're going. Kind of feels like the Le Mans 24 Hours in a way, where it transitions from day to night, but Dragon Trail does offer a little bit different in terms of the sunset. We're near the Adriatic, so it does give some beautiful sunsets off the coast, but I don't think the drivers will be minding that too much. They will just be focusing on the task at hand of guiding their car around this tricky but yet absolutely fun circuit to drive on, which is Dragon Trail International Raceway, the seaside route or the seaside course, whichever you want to call it, through the Death Chicane, which has caught out many drivers here this today, and this will be no exception, because right now qualifying, it will be whether or not they could just get jostling for position or the race even. Now then, we are still waiting for the graphics to come on screen, whether to tell who's set the fastest times so far. But it looks as though, I think based on the car itself, we are on board with Genevieve Voy, who runs in one of the 3 Repsol Honda colored livery cars in tribute to Marc Marquez. Of course, Marquez himself is not riding for that particular manufacturer, but it's nice to see a homage to that livery, which is normally on a bike in the form of a car. Now then, we're waiting for the times to roll by. This is the first run out of the 15 minutes that we have for this session. And remember, 15 minutes, you have plenty of time to do the qualifying run. Just need to probably reset yourself in between the period where the times are going a bit slow. Now reset back to the pits, of course. Just pace yourself. And if the car feels right, then you can just start pushing. So then, this tournament is organized by the Kementerian Belia dan Sukan of Malaysia and the Esports Integrated Company in collaboration with the Malaysia Esports Federation, RAKAN MUDA and RAKAN MUDA Digital. And of course, our collaborating partners are Agro Clinic, Monster Energy Drink, and Startup T-shirt, alongside with the our collaborating partners are Agro Clinic, Natural Wonders, Monster Energy Drink, and Startup T-shirt. Yeah, just needed to get the order right because the sponsors are qualifying that way. But regardless of that is the formalities out of the way. Now we're waiting for the times to just roll by because this is qualifying. We will see some notifications on the bottom left of the screen, but still waiting for the graphics to pop up on screen. As you can see, a 40.9 then set by, I think, yeah, but it's 41.9 for Diana in fact. So Diana actually led the pace early on, but then Jolie matched her with a 40.9 as well, and a 40 flat for Nur Shahida. So the times are quickly tumbling here as we're getting close to the pace that we saw from the first qualifying session that decided the grade for race 1. As Jen had to take avoiding action there. Luckily she didn't run into the back of, I think that might have been Diana because it looked like one of the red line colored cars. And unfortunately, we might have to restart the session here because there's been a problem with one of the rigs. So while we wait for that to happen, we will just let the stewards do their thing behind the scenes and just get everything back in order. And then between that, we will actually take a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
From workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity.
one community.
Having them to support us, I think matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi FPL. Kemenangan untuk FYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
finish. Weakness Waran memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7.
Yay! Congratulations to Sama being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, kau tekan bersemangat. Capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serahkanlah kecemasan.
Hello and welcome back then to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025. This is the GT7 Open. My name is Amir. We will now welcome you back to the qualifying session for the grand final, race number 3, the finale of all finales to close off the proceedings here. And what a finale that we have in store, because this is going to crown the champion who will walk away with about 3,000 ringgit as first prize. So, who is it going to be? Well, we'll just wait and see how that pans out, because qualifying is done for this third race, and then we will see afterwards how the race will pan out, because this is now going to be a straight fight. So, point standing as it stands, where we are left off after race number 2, is that Diana is leading the way with 28 points. Cherry in second place, 18, just 10 behind. So the permutation is that if Cherry wants to steal the title away from Diana, she has to win, while Diana has to finish worse than 6 to stand a chance doing it. So winning is pretty much part of the equation here for Cherry, and both Diana, she can just finish at least 5th, it will assure her of the title. Meanwhile, Kyra is also tied with Cherry on 18, so they will both have to see the same situation and permutation to stand a chance of overhauling the early leader here, Diana. Paige and Yao in 4th, 16 points. Noshaida with 13. Sophia 12, tied as well with Jolie. And then Genevieve in 8th. She will be hoping to finish on a flourish to get anywhere near the top 5. Akila with 6 points, also tied with Lee Sin Yao. So they're right at the back here. A couple of tiebreaker situations, but the one that really will count for is the fact that we want a clear winner at the top. And if there was a tiebreaker, we will actually go to the juries on this one, because other than what happened in the group stages where we had to do an extra race, which didn't come to pass because everyone was separated in terms of points, we will be going straight into the jury's call and based on countback. So if whoever has the most wins will take that, or most second places and third places by jury's discretion on that one. So that is the scene. 10 points in it between first and second and third, where this one is a winner-take-all event in essence. Right then, so back to the qualifying session in hand, we see that the third driver in shot there, driving with the Repsol colored car, is Jen, and she has a 5-second penalty, along with Sophia as well. So she actually got, because she just tapped the wall for a second, and there we go. Jen actually has to serve it because she got it earlier in the lap, whereas Sophia got it later into the lap. Meanwhile, Lee Sin Yao, she will be the one that will break the timing being first to put the times on the leaderboard for this qualifying session. Never mind Sophia behind, she won't get it. She'll have to serve her penalty on top of having crossed the line with a penalty in her hand. So then Sophia, 43.2. Well, a couple ways off. That's a good banker lap, but a couple ways off from where we saw in qualifying before, where Diana set a 39.98 and then Cherry with 39.9. Meanwhile, looks like Jin is actually up to speed immediately after her win in the second race. A 41.6, 1.1 seconds faster than Diana's banker lap, but then 40.7 goes to Cherry. So she means business. She knows what's at stake here. She needs to get the points in hand, because otherwise we will actually have to go to a tiebreaker, or she will have to concede that her first race result wasn't enough to overhaul. Her second race result was the cause of her not being enough to overhaul the leaders. Okay, now then, we were viewing a car in pit lane. I don't know why we are actually still in pit lane watching a car that's just stationary. We should really be going back onto the track. There we go. We are now back onto the track here. So Shahida with the Uma Musumi colored car. And I got word in my ear that it was actually a character named Mihono Bourbon. So, voiced by none other than Ikumi Hasegawa, the same voice actress for Yubel from Free Ren and Kita Ikuyo from Bocce the Rock. So, there's the connection of Bourbon there. As we can see again, I don't know why the camera is actually focusing on a car in pit lane. That's Lee Sin Yao. She was actually one of the first to break the timing beam, and as well as Akila in pit lane as well. So, that's a jump unless we have another steward's call that we need to restart the session. And in fact, no words from the stewards just yet, and the production team behind the scenes, but looks as though camera's stuck to a car that's not even onto the track at the moment. Now then, waiting now for the whole thing to get back in order. As the times on the tree have been tumbling, so right now we are just basing off what's going on track on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the timing tower. So 40.7 for Cherry, and then after that, behind her is Jen with 41.5 and a 41.6 for Jin. So Jin has been knocked off her perch, but then a 40.3 has been set by Cherry. So she wants to get into those 39s and just beat the stuffing out of the competitors here, just to get an early psychological advantage. And we haven't seen the best of Diana just yet. She's still doing 42.7s, but she's still roaming around the track, trying to get the lap time on the board. As I don't know why our camera is still pointing to the car inside the pit lane. We need to actually go onto the track and to see how the action's happening. But meanwhile, qualifying continues, and watching on the timing screens right now and the action on the track via the mini track map up there. Looks as though there might just be a few drivers probably going for just cool-off periods. Then they'll push it towards the end. Well, let's see then how that's going to be. Still a 14.9 for... There we go, now we're back on the track. 14.9 for Cherry. That is actually 40.39 for Cherry. That would be the lap time to beat. There is Cherry right now. Monstrous over the curbs. That's full commitment. Though it is... Preferably you want to take it flat, but sometimes you just want to play it safe. You don't want to hit the curb too hard, as it will just knock you into the barriers at the chicane of death. Meanwhile, 39.8 for Jen. So that's her first 39 of the day, and comes in the very final race for very final qualifying session for race 3. But let's see if there's an improvement here. No, Cherry couldn't improve on her improvement in her position, but improved the time to a 40.1. So there is the time that she needs here. But unfortunately for her, the one in front of her right now is, in fact, Diana. So she's actually jumped up to P2 with 40 flat. So game on then between the championship contenders up in front, as Jen sets the pace here in qualifying midway through. For the King at turn number 1, we're focusing on a completely different car right now. This is Lee Sin Yao, who was actually in the pit lane earlier. As we understand that just now there was actually a screen freeze from the production side, so that's why we were actually stuck in that car. As oh no, that it looks as though Sin Yao actually just came to a grinding halt at turn number 1. I'm looking at the track mag on the top right. It looks as though she's still stuck there. So luckily it's at the start of the lap where everyone else is towards the end of the circuit, but she has to get going, otherwise she'll become an obstacle coming through turn number 1. Meanwhile, monstrously over the curbs goes Sophia in the Repsol Honda NSX. Coming up now to turn 17. The brake discs are glowing coming through the final corner. This is this is just a sight to behold, especially when you have this kind of dim lighting. You see the inner workings of a race car at work, trying to do its absolute hardest to keep this going in the right direction. There was an improvement there for Sophia, stays 4th, 40.8. Jen is still at 39.8, so she's the only one in the 39s so far anyway in this session. Meanwhile, this is Kyra coming up to the line. She's P6, no improvement. This is now Nur Shahida, no improvement either. And behind her is Cherry, who has not improved the lap time either. So running in a gaggle may be beneficial when you're on the straights, but not when you're actually trying to get a fast lap, because sometimes you have to be so dependent on whether or not the driver in front can help with you through the corners, because that's when you lose time. As meanwhile, we see Jolie come across the line at 41.2. She moves up to 5th. But still, a surprise turn of speed here for Jen in the very final session. That looks like an off. Yeah, it is an off. Cherry goes off into turn number 6. And that might be that particular lap scuffed. Meanwhile, up the road here through the def chicane. Oh, that's a touch, and that's a 5-second penalty then for Lee Sing Yao. It's a bit cruel, isn't it? Because it's not like this track actually encourages wall riding anyway. So I think the stewards just probably want to keep everyone in check, not to over commit and just try to cut the corner somewhere. Otherwise, you end up in the barriers, and that's the price you had to pay for just being a little bit too over exuberant. But some drivers might just question, why do we have penalty for wall contact when you lose time anyway? This correspondent thinks so as well. Anyway, back up to the front of the pack in the leaderboard. This is Genevieve coming through the final corner then. Brake disc glowing once again. You don't see that on a bike often. You see it more in race cars. And certainly she's pushing it, but I think she just got a PB in that second sector. Can she do it? No. She lost a bit of time in the third sector. 0.3 of a second, the difference here between her fastest time and just her most recent time. So, she'll be feeling a bit bullish about her chances of trying to gain a win in this final race of the entire day, because as it stands, it has not been the best of finales for her. Though if a win does come to her in this final race, she will actually stand a good chance of being in the top 5 of the leaderboard. Maybe a chance in the top 3 to get extra prize money out of this. We'll wait and see how the race will entail for her. But for now, she's about 1.5 tenths faster than Diana behind her, with Cherry in third place being about another further 10th behind too. That's Diana, 40 flat. No improvements as of now. And this is Cherry coming through the final corner. This is actually an outlet because she, I think, re-entered the pit. So this time, even though it looks on the screen will be somewhere around 42s, it is just only an outlap because it's going to be... Now, in fact, it's a 41 flat. But we will see her try to pull her fast lap in the next few minutes, because we only have about 4.5 minutes left in the session after this to determine the final grid order for the last race of the entire tournament, as this is... Oh no! Sophia clouts the barriers again and gets another 5-second penalty for her troubles. Again, that's just a high price to pay for what is essentially just small contact with the barrier, or sometimes even the lightest of taps will be enough to cause you to get a penalty. As behind her is another Repsol Honda car of Genevieve. Didn't see how her sectors look like, but I think it will be just... Oh, in fact, she actually slowed a bit, 2 seconds off. So she's probably just going through the motions of these particular laps right now, waiting for the car to come back to her, which is a phrase that we normally say that it's the pace is not there for the time being. You just want it to come back, wait for it to just feel it under you, and then you can just go push for it in the final closing stages. But for Jen, she's got traffic in front. She has to clear Sophia, because otherwise she will balk her lap next time by. Unless, of course, this is actually going to be one of those push laps she's doing, then it is not the best of things to do. In fact, 0.2 of a second behind now on her previous best, on her fastest best, shows that she is being held up quite badly here, unless she wants to give a bit of room, which she's doing a bit right now, just easing it off a bit. Or in fact, yeah, she's easing. No, in fact, she went into the barriers. Well, that's a barrier she's quite familiar with. She's hit that before during the first race, and she's done it again here in qualifying for race 3. Hopefully there's no car nearby. In fact, yes, there are no cars, so she is in the clear in terms of traffic, but not the way that she would have wanted to start the final round of push laps here, especially with qualifying coming to a close very soon. Jolie then, 5,000s up, so she's purple, but unfortunately, look at the timer. that red box says 10 seconds worth of penalties. And unfortunately for her, even if she set a second best sector as well, it will be all for naught because she will have to serve the penalty underneath the tunnel and lose all that good work she's done in the first couple of sectors. Out of the final, out of the turn 12 complex into the final sector, she was 6/10 up on her personal best, but looks as though she may not be able to improve that because that 10-second penalty is absolutely detrimental to her lap time. But the only saving grace for her is that she can actually just set one more lap after this because we're in the final minute of qualifying, and then we will go straight into the final race to decide the champion in the grand final of the 2025 Rakan Muda Women's Esports Championship. We're looking at right now 2 contenders who are going to be right up there at the front. This is Diana in front of Jen, but contenders for the race win, of course. Contenders for the championship, Diana is well and truly in the box seat. She just needs to finish at least 5th or 6th without any sort of trouble from behind to actually stand a chance of winning the title by default. So she is actually in a good position right now. It's just she needs to settle it a bit, not to get too crazy, especially when there's other challenges along the way. 10 points may sound a lot, but in a field like this where the gaps can be quite marginal, it could actually mean a lot if she could actually qualify well and then try to keep out of trouble for the rest of the race. But as we've seen so far, it's not often been the case. Even the fastest drivers come a cropper when there's an inopportune moment. Right then, through turn 12. There was an improved chance for Cherry, but she could only just muster a couple of hundreds now. She is just about a 10th behind Diana as we're looking at her right now. This is the final lap qualifying. Unfortunately for her, 5/10 off from even her previous best. So this may not be an improvement for Diana. Wiggling it through the chicane, the death chicane that has caught up so many people. She just flicks it mid-corner, and it may have been the car partly doing its thing just to get the grip back, but you can see the full commitment that these girls are doing to just push it around the track. And even without looking at it at a glance, it looks pretty smooth from a lot of these girls, especially those who have made it to the final, the top 10 best. Improvement then for a couple of drivers as Jen comes across the line, finishes her qualifying, 39.8. And I think we're just only missing now Cherry to come across the line to finish her qualifying session. It is looking a little bit shaky right now in terms of timing. Shahida, in fact, was the one that improved her time up to P7. Meanwhile, Kyra puts an improvement as well. Still stays in P8. This is Cherry coming across the line then. This is looking mighty close here. It might be a 40 again, or it could be a low 39s. Let's see. No, in fact, it's a very high 40s. So no improvement for her, but she stays third. Behind her is car number 9. That's Jolie. So she lines up 5th. Right then. So I think all the drivers have crossed the line now. Qualifying session has come to a close. We're just waiting for the server now to take over to the start of the race, the final race of the entire tournament to decide the champion here in the grand finals of the 2025 Rakan Muda Women's Esports Championship GT Open, proudly organized by KBS and ESI with collaboration from Malaysia Esports Federation, Rakan Muda and Rakan Digital. And of course, collaborated by a Glow Clinic, Monster Energy Drink, Natural Wonders, and Startup T-shirt. So that's all the sponsors and the collaborators behind the scenes that have actually put together this to run the tournament. Now then, this is the grid for the final race of the entire tournament. Up in front, it is Genevieve Oy by just a 10th of a second in front of Diana, with third place belonging to Cherry, 2/10 behind our pole sitter. Then behind them, Sophia and Jolie, with right beside her on the same row. Row 3 is Jin. So they will probably be trying to work together to get a bit of a slipstream then. And behind them, Shahida heads up row 4 with Kyra in 8th place then. So that's your top 8 ready to go then. And it looks as though we are still just waiting for the server to take over just to get ready for everything to go. And in fact, I think we might just be going to a break here. So don't go.
Semakin semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Yay! Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat. Capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku Apa saja yakin boleh, demi cita negara yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esports and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi BL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat. Capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final race of the grand final for the 2025 RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship GT7 Open. And this is going to be the race that decides a champion today. My name is Isaac, and we are ready to go here for the finale. A much delayed finale, but due to technical issues behind the scenes, which is out of the control of some of the people behind the scenes for the organizers, they had to restart a couple of machines, but it looks as though everything is ready to go here. So then, we are waiting for the grid to just sort itself out. And this is based on the qualifying session that we had earlier. So that's why we are going to go straight to the race now, right after this. Just a couple more moments, we're ready to go then. Just a few things that needs to be ironed out before we can go. Because it's race director's call to just get the thing going. And of course, head marshal informs race control whether or not everybody's ready in their seat. But I think all the girls are now seated. It's just that we needed to change some equipment inside the arena at ESI. And speaking of that, it is organized by the Kementerian Pendidikan Sukan Malaysia, alongside Esports Integrated, supported by the Malaysia Esports Federation, RAKAN MUDA, and RAKAN MUDA RAKAN Digital, with collaborators in the form of Aglo Clinic, Natural Wonders, Monster Energy, and Startup T-shirt. So plenty of big sponsors here and organizations that give credence to this event. We're getting ready now. So there we go. Server is gonna start going into the race. Head marshals improved it, and race director has proved it too. So without further ado, let's get into it. There you go then. Lights on the gantry will come on soon, and the lights from the cars illuminate in the night. And when they go out, we'll be underway for the final of the 2025 RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship GT7 Open, and it's go. It looks as though that was a decent start then from Diana, who's actually trying to give Jen a run for money, but Jen got an even better second phase of the start. She gets the whole shot coming to the kink as Diana now just follows in the slipstream as we head to turn one. Cherry's on the inside. Cherry gets the whole shot completely, but misses the chicane, and they're all knocked out. Couple of cars are spun around. Big time. Jolie comes through. I think Jen got actually spun around completely because she was in the after car, but amazingly, despite out of all that, our championship contenders have mostly gotten away unscathed. Oh, and that's a spin. Big one. And that is Jen. So Genevieve Oy, our pole sitter, has been knocked out. Here is Jen coming on the recovery drive. She will definitely be counting her lucky stars that she wasn't completely out of it, but she wouldn't be happy in the position right now, P8 at this point. But the one who's really going to be over the moon is Diana, who's up in front after a brilliant start. She just followed Jen. Jen had an even better start, but unfortunately, because of the spin, she's now dropped to P8, and any chance of her getting into the top 5 are looking rather slim right now. Meanwhile, the other cars that are behind her, including Jin, we saw spinning in front of the camera, and right at the back is Cherry. So that actually now throws the entire championship thing completely out of the window for Cherry. So Diana has to do what she needs to do right now, stay in this position, and if she does, she will be a comprehensive champion up in front. But it's still about 9 laps to go after this. Anything can still happen in the intervening period. Meanwhile, behind her, the other driver who wants the chance for the championship is Kyra, who's now gotten a couple of drivers who company behind her, including Sophia, and behind her is Jolie. So three-way battle for the second position on the track, but also for the final position on the podium. Here we are then coming up to turn 1. Here comes Sophia with a bit of a dink. A bit of a touch behind the Spoon Sports car, but I think for the most part, it looks as though everyone's got away with it. And I think I see a red box. Oh no! There goes well into the barrier then was Kyra. Kyra actually hit the barriers big time and got a 5-second penalty, but I think Diana has it as well. Diana actually has a 5-second penalty to her name too. So, as I said before, anything can happen in the intervening period, as now we see that the car in 7th, that is Akila. So Akila actually had a change of rigs. She's the one that had the most problems side by side now with Lee Sin Yao. And Sin Yao hangs around the outside through the S's. That is a brave move to say the least. Just manages to make it stick and gets back onto the fast line, which you had to keep it as narrow as possible. Touch a bit of the curb to propel the car through the corner, and she's up to P6. Trying to finish strongly here and not end up taking the wooden spoon in this entire tournament. Helicopter flies nearby. I thought it was a drone for a second, because there are drones, mini drones flying around the circuit, taking vantage points in the game. But it's quite nice to have a bit of razzmatazz here, as the mountains on the Dalmatia coast are hidden behind a bit of mist, because this is early morning in the race in-game settings. But luckily, weather has been held back. Just a bit of a headwind coming up to turn 17, as here is Kyra getting a penalty. She's actually now having to serve completely about 10 seconds. And I thought for a second that Diana had it. No, in fact, the red box that was, what I thought earlier was actually the rear brake light. So it's the brake lights that actually passed off as a penalty from what we saw. But mostly for Diana, that has not been a problem. She's pulling ahead with a gap that's having a healthy buffer, which is what you need at this point. Meanwhile, on board with car number 12, this is No Shahida, driving behind Lee Sin Yu, and Sin Yu has actually made it quite good of the good start she had at the start of this race by sliding away from the back up to the front. Now she's in the top 5, and in front of No Shahida driving the Mihono Bourbon car. That is the one that we've been told it is the Yuma Musumi Itasha on the side. So let's see then if Bourbon can give her extra power underneath that NSX V6 twin turbo engine. Rudy S's 7, 8, 9, and now up to 10. It looks as though that is Akila giving her a run for her money at the back here as we now descend into turn number 12. It's easy to get it wrong. Here's Jen now herself on a recovery drive after starting on pole position before she was spun out of the way into the grass. And I think the stewards will have to be working overtime even after the tournament is done to properly pronounce the positions, because properly announce the positions. Again, it took a while to get it sorted earlier because it took more than half an hour for the stewards to just cycle through who's at fault or who needs to have a bit of a talking to from the race direction. So that's why we had a bit of a lengthy delay on top of the equipment failure. So apologies for that in advance. It is a live event that's out of our control. Now then, on to the start finish straight. Lap 4. 7 laps to go now as a personal fastest lap has been taken by Jen. She is actually a bit on a roll here. Not the fastest lap, but I think anything will do at this point because she just wants to recover strongly after a disastrous start. Rudy King coming up now to 5 and 6. No Shahida is hanging on here, trying to keep her position. Meanwhile, in front of her, Lee Sin Yao will probably be feeling the pressure of the world on her, if anything, because like we mentioned before, a 10-year-old competing against some of the other girls who have actually had some experience in other sim racing tournaments. That is a tall order, but she's holding up pretty well, in fact. And if anything, she doesn't seem to be phased, even with a change of conditions, because this is nighttime. Takes a different level of concentration to just pinpoint your apexes late into the night, even with headlights. As Jen now thinks of on the inside. Oh, that might actually come to tears. She might come to grief here, but no. Amazingly, car was stopped in time, and she still maintains her position. Likewise for No Shahida, she was happy to see that the car didn't get in front of her. Oh, into the barriers goes Jen. Once again, a 10-second penalty. Oh, that's a disaster for Jen, who has been having a torrid time in this grand final, especially at this circuit. The amount of times that she has clouted the barriers and getting penalties, she might be sick of seeing barriers after this. Even in the real world, where she drives in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Rookies, she avoids those. But in game, it's almost inevitable because of how fast these cars going. As No Shahida, in fact, it wasn't Jen. Oh, luckily, I got it completely wrong there because there's 2 reps on Honda cars. In fact, it is Lee Sin Yao who actually buckled under the pressure, and she has hit the barriers there for a 10-second penalty. Hits it once and hits it twice. That's why it got 5 seconds doubled on her. Meanwhile, this is Akila driving with a brand new car livery because she did drive the Pantaso car earlier, then the default number 99 Honda Racing livery. Now she's driving with the Castrol colors, so that will be providing her a bit of solace because it was this very colors that brought her success earlier this year. But looks as though she might have to settle for the bridesmaid and not the bride for this particular tournament. Now coming up to turn 7, 8, 9, and 10, she is giving chase to the car in front, which is Cherry. So Cherry actually was plumb last at one point. Now she's back up to 6, but still, that's not the position she wants to be. She wants Diana to be there and her to be in the winning position so that they could go into a tiebreaker, and we had to go into an extra face-off race if that would come to pass. But then again, if the face-off pace is not needed, they will go through countback, and only then we will see who will be crowned champion here. But for now, that ball is in Diana's court, and she is pretty much having the will to dictate it however she wants, because at the front she has it all to herself. As meanwhile, a bit of a poor exit there for No Shahida, gets jumped on by Cherry, and there we go, another position gain. But once again, will it be enough? I don't think so. She still has to keep this pressure up, because she has to really get on it lap after lap to try and get up to toe-to-toe with Diana, and even then she'll have to hope that Diana just comes a cropper so that she could stand a slim chance of overhauling the title. As we saw Shahida then nearly clouted into the back of her coming into turn 17. Meanwhile then, that's for the battles further in the midfield. This is further up in front on the rostrum for second and third places here. This is between Jolie and with Sophia. So these are two drivers not part of the championship equation, so to speak. So they are not going to be much of a factor right now. But then again, they will love to finish on a high, especially that it's a podium position too, to just give yourselves a bit of a solace and a pat on the back after what has been a good weekend's work to get it up to this point. So then, championship contenders for Diana have both fallen by the wayside. Kyra is only P8, and of course we highlighted earlier, Cherry, she's only P5. So as it stands, it is going to be a walk in the park to the title for Diana, but she just needs to keep her concentration and not push herself too far, because again, this is something big on the line. This is a lot of bragging rights, a lot of prize money, and ultimately vindication for going into sim racing. This is all she has worked for towards, and this is definitely going to look good on her resume if she manages to pull it off. But for now, halfway through the race, we got another 5 laps to go after this to decide the champion. We are just running through the motions here. Not much in the way of close battles, apart from second and third earlier between Jolie and Sophia. So still well ways away for this being over. As we look behind, this is one of the other championship contenders. This is Kyra, who just basically got into it by default, the fact that she actually got good consistent finishes in the first 2 races. But unfortunately, this time by, this is not to be. P8 will not be enough for her to secure the title. And in fact, right now, not even second place, because she is on the tiebreaker with Cherry. So Cherry will take an easy second, then Kyra will drop to third. Unless, of course, other drivers around them will actually get more points, in particular Jin. Although having said that, looking back at the positions, Jin's dropped to 11, so that disastrous start was enough for her to tumble all the way to the back and just be where she was at the start of this entire proceedings. Plumb last, but the only thing is, the consolation is the fact that she did get a race win from the reverse grid race. But again, it's just a matter of luck not being there where she really wants it to just challenge for the overall title. So maybe for her, slight commiserations, but at the same time, congratulations for the win in that second race. That will do her confidence a lot of good as we now jump on board to the car of Kyra, the Spoon sports car. Through the crest at turn 11, now dropped to 12. There's a lot of boats that have been added since GT Sport, by the way. If you look into the ocean that is in the Adriatic, really gives this bit of this part of the circuit a lot of life, given the fact that there are houses in the infield. So it does show that Polyphony have taken extra care to just give a little bit of authenticity to the place. Also, the fact that it is a real location, it's just that the track is fictional. So one might say that if you want to build your own version of Dragon Trail in real life, it is possible, because it is based around the routes there. There's the helicopter flying by on top of us as we exit the tunnel. Coming out now to turn 12. Looks as though, yeah, Akila is not phased by that any one bit, but her pace-wise, not been too shabby. It's just that she's being caught right now by Kyra, who no doubt will be absolutely miffed by the fact that the race start didn't pan out as she would like, and she is struggling at the tail end of the field. Meanwhile, no such troubles for the girl up in front. Diana has actually increased the gap by a bit and putting up the consistency that we saw earlier in the first race when she won. Look at that. Discount the first lap because that was start of the race, but 40.9, another 40.9, then her personal best of a 40.4, 41 flat, 40.9, and another 40.9. That is absolute consistency all the way through across the board, though fastest lap doesn't belong to her because that belongs to Jolie behind, and that's why we see that Jolie is actually reeling in Diana. But this will all be as a consolation at this point, because 39.5 shows that she had the pace, but again, that small matter of luck falling in her way for this one really has not done her any favors. That's why she's not in contention for the title on this one, as we have a spin in the middle of the track. Oh, that was very close. And that's Cherry. Cherry has actually gotten yet another penalty. She's dropped further behind. So that's it. That pretty much hands the title to Diana on a platter. that will just end it all. And second place as well, for the argument for that particular position, will fall to Kyra's hands. Unless, of course, any other stand-up performers will come through and just steal the second position away. But I think based on mental arithmetics right now, I think that is enough for Kyra to finish second and Cherry third, with Jolie, if she gets a win for this one, will be a bit of a dark horse to be right up in that top 5 as... Oh, big slide for Akila! Touches the curve, the Honda spins around, and how did she handle that? The car was completely sideways. She gets it under control, but loses the position as a consequence. Too much time lost while going completely sideways. Well, she wanted to enter Formula Drift by looks of it, but it looks as though the car just obeyed her command at the very final second not to completely go around. That will give the position gleefully to Kyra, but here comes Akila fighting back. No way through just yet. That was good bit of defending from Kyra, just getting it in. Wow. This has been a quite exhilarating race, even with the troubles that we had earlier with the connection issues or with the equipment. At least the race itself has provided an absolute blinder, and it's still going on here between Kyra and Akila. Still not over just yet, so these two are going to scorp it up for between positions 6-7 in the race. Might not be worth much in terms of points for the championship haul, but it is a bit of bragging rights and a psychological advantage, shall we say, if they want to bring this particular heated discussion to the next tournament, whenever it happens, of course. Coming out to turn 12, Akila is really aggressive. In fact, look at how aggressive she is. Lights up both the front and rear brakes. She is really stamping on the anchors, and the car itself actually held up quite well. And you can tell which brakes are being used the most is the front end. And what I mean by front is that the brake bias is towards the front. So that's why a bit of a bias is there as opposed to the rear. If it was rearwards, then the rear brakes would have been glowing more. So a bit of insight to what these girls are using in their equipment or settings. As you can see, Akila does on the inside. The very corner she lost it earlier, barges her way through. And that might be an inquiry for the stewards, because Kyra would not have been pleased by that one bit. And to add insult to injury for Akila, that's a 3-second penalty given by the game. So if that one was to be given to her in real life after this, that will just be absolutely tear-jerking for her. She got a penalty in the game, but then she will have to get a penalty in real life from the juries when they put it in there. But anyhow, after all that squabbling, we still have the race leaders to watch out for. And this is it, the very final lap of the entire RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship for 2025, the GT7 Open. We're coming into its dying embers now with the victory on the line for our champion-elect. This is Diana, having a 1.2 second lead. She didn't really push that much in the past couple laps, even though it is consistent 40s. She knows full well that job is already done. She needs to just get it sorted here through the depth chicane for the final time, and hopefully she just gets it in the right direction. So is Jolie at the back. Now Jolie's only about 9/10 of a second. Can she actually pull off a late bit of drama here? They're well ahead of the rest of the field, but I don't think so. Too far for Jolie to go for a dive here at turn 17. So then, ladies and gentlemen, this is, without a doubt, your champion for the 2025 RAKAN MUDA Esports Championship GT7 Open. Diana comes across the crest and takes victory and the championship for this year. Well done to Diana. She did a 41 in the final lap, but who cares? 40 is consistent all the way. She has won it. Second place is Jolie. Third place is Sophia. Held it off in front of Genevieve Voy, who manages to recover after a disastrous start to 4th place. And then 5th will be No Shahida. Here she comes across the line. That will be a nice way to end off the tournament, a top 5 finish. And then now more and more drivers are coming across, including the likes of Cherry, who is right behind right now, with at the very back, in fact. We're looking at Kyra, who will be a bit disappointed to finish a bit poorly in the final round, but at least she will get second in the overall stakes. But asterisk on Akila for that particular incident. And then behind her is Li Xin Yao. And then across the line to finish off the entire race, Cherry. And then right at the back, a disconsolate Jin, who will no doubt be wishing that the finals would have gone differently. But that is it for the tournament. And what a great way to finish it. An exhilarating race from start to finish. And we have crowned a champion who well and truly deserved it after putting it all together when it really counted in this finale and never looked back. Diana's your winner. Second place is Jolie. And third place will be held by Sophia. And that's your top 3 for the final race of the entire weekend. So, that is it for now. But we will actually go straight to the podium ceremony at around 6 p.m. later on here, before we end it off here. Now then, as I would like to just end a closer here. Thank you for watching, and so apologies for the stream. That just happens. But for now, goodbye. Oh, actually, yeah, back on the screen there. In fact, we still have to put a closer on this. So, yes, that's first time that I appear on screen. But yes, we'll just have to put out our final words. So then, again, we have to thank our sponsors and organizers, especially the likes of Kementerian Belia Sukan Malaysia for putting up this tournament, especially for all the games, not just Gran Turismo, for the other ones around here like FIFA and Tekken, and then Esports Integrated for hosting the facilities at ESI Puchong, supported by none other than the Malaysian Esports Federation, Rakan Muda, and then Rakan Muda, Rakan Digital, alongside our collaborating partners Aglo Clinic, Natural Wonders, Monster Energy, and Startup T-shirt. So that is it. We've been here all day, and we will love to just end off here with a podium ceremony for all our winners right after this. But for now, from me, Ami Haziq, and for the rest of the team behind the scenes, and of course our drivers and spectators watching at ESI, goodbye for now, and we'll see you next time.